I have alcohol as well as my dice. This is going to be a fantastic fucking night. Where the fuck I need to go get food because I haven't done the proper shit.
Welcome, welcome, everybody, to the Will-O-Wisp Woods once again. This time with something new. So, if you didn't know already, tonight we start a new campaign. Tonight, the Will-O-Wisp Woods garners yet another story for the Wisps to tell each week. So, welcome, welcome. Thank you all for the resubs. Thank you all for everything. General, it's almost it is 2 years now that you have been subbed. Thank you for that. And hopefully we can keep doing this in the future. Thanks to people like you, like James, like my wonderful players. All of you make this possible, and now we have one more group to make these games even more possible. So, welcome, 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 welcome. As you can see right now, we don't have any character names on the screen because, as I'm sure you all know, Session 0 is tonight. That means I am going to be telling about the world that these players are going to be playing in. I will be explaining any questions that are asked. I will be happily helping with character creation, and we are going to enjoy a world of steampunk and drowned land. So, sit down, get your snacks, get your drinks, and get ready for another story from the Will-O-Wisps. Oh, I love that. I'm so excited. So, if you all have followed the Will-O-Wisp Woods for a while, you know that I have another game with the world of Grandiasha. This is not that world. In fact, Grandiasha is simply a continent on one of the worlds that I've made. This is a new one altogether. So, as usual, all of my stuff is homebrew. I do not use any extra stuff from, starter kits or anything like that. I can probably set up a one-shot with a few new players to do one-shots through the starter kits, but general stories like this are always homebrew. So, to help my players have an idea of what's going on and allow you as the viewers to watch along and know what these players are playing in, the first time I did this was in Grandiasha. And I, of course, didn't realize at the time, due to the fact that I was new, the VODs do not automatically save on Twitch and are not there for more than 2 weeks. That's why if you look at the YouTube playlist, the Journey of Grandiasha only has, I think it's everything from 16 up. All of the episodes before episode 16 are not on the playlist because of the fact that, sadly, I was still new. However, now I know better. So, this Session 0, as well as all of the episodes from this game, are going to be on their own YouTube playlist, just like the other one. But this one is going to bring something new. With this group comes Session 0, as I said before. I've already explained that I'm going to answer any questions asked. I'm going to help with character creation. I'm going to give world lore. And this time, I'm going to actually go into detail with the world, what's going on, so that our wonderful viewers have an idea of what they're playing in. So, thank you all for joining us tonight. Let's get started. This world, drowned in rain. The people using the flooded oceans that devoured most of the land in this world now have created magic steam-based machines, vehicles, items, though still in a state of fantastical glory. It is a bit more advanced than one would see from a land of castles and knights. The story of the three cities starts off with a single raindrop. For thousands of years, the great wilds and landscapes of the world were dazzling eye-catchers that would never cause the idea of beauty to ever cease to exist. Kingdoms grew from villages, kingdoms grew into sprawling cities, and the cities grew into great countries. The wondrous world was filled with beauty, even during times of war between the cities themselves. However, this beauty would soon be taken from the world. With the ages beginning in the time of silence, the age of time that the Creator spent tirelessly carving the world in planes to his image, the time of silence, the creation of existence itself. The time of the gods, a period in which the great Creator of everything began forming beings that would oversee his creation and give reason to those to come. They would then spend the remainder of this century to give purpose to these beings as well as forms. The age of man's creation is that of the very creation of man themselves. The idea behind those that exist to serve the gods and themselves, to the world created by the greatest power, mankind was given the power to affect the land as they grew intelligent enough to learn how. This allowed mankind the ability to gradually exist in their own means, as the gods above watched, giving those below that desired purpose a reason to live on under their watchful eyes for the centuries to come. This would not last long, however. As man grew intelligent, some began looking up towards the gods and realizing that they cannot watch all at all times. They began to scheme and curse them. Who are they to be so high and mighty? They'd say. Why must we suffer down here through illness and depression and hunger as they live freely with no hardships? This began man's betrayal, the greatest betrayal of man themselves. The creation of the Dark Ones, due to man's betrayal, malice and hatred that mankind had begun festering and created new gods. The Creator himself, not realizing that giving mankind the ability to affect his world would inadvertently give them the ability to affect everything about his world, given time. But due to these malice and hatred-filled gods, the battle of the gods began. After mankind's creations began growing stronger, bloodbaths ensued between the malice-driven gods that man had created, decimating the world below as they fought. The Dark Ones, creations of man's own mind and hatred, fought against the Creator's own beings and killed a few. The world below suffered immensely over the next 2 millennium. Plagues killed millions, volcanoes wiped out lands, acid rain fell, mountains crumbled, and the water rose. After this nearly 2,000-year war, only 3 countries remained due to their high altitude. The rest of the world either destroyed, left in ruin, or flooded. Now, after all of these ages have passed, the age of water, with the current year being 987, after the world had gone to ruin and flooded, those that had survived began learning more as they could. The creations that man began to decorate the remainder of the world with not only helped with their personal abilities as people, but through magic and mechanical genius, steamworks began powering the future of the world. However, with water and steam comes releases, and with releases comes rising moisture. With moisture in the air, rain falls. Rain. It never ceases to fall in this world now. Welcome to the reign of steam. So, now that you all know a little bit about the world, let's meet our players. As you all know, we have one of our wonderful players, James, from Grandiasha. He's going to be helping me with basically just keeping my sanity for the most part, though also being a cause for my insanity, more than likely.
I shall try.
Now, if you've seen my other streams, whether it be my gaming or my simple hanging out and talking to you all, we have two people that I'm sure you've seen at least once. We have someone I consider a brother at this point, Hootie, who is going to probably be my worst form of chaos in this game, if not the most reasonable, depending on his character.
I'm gonna pendulum swing between both of those the entire fucking time. A voice of reason and just absolute fucking absurdity.
And a wonderful human being overall, who I genuinely enjoy interacting with and am glad to call a friend, Matt, who I'm not entirely sure is going to be one way or the other yet, because this is your first time playing D&D, Matt?
Very much so, yes.
Wonderful. We have at least one brand new player. I know you played a little bit, Hootie, right?
I played like a session and a half, and the entire group was absolutely disheveled. There was no organization or even fucking gameplay to it. It was very much... There was one combat sequence, and then somehow my gnome stomped his foot and brought an entire shop to the ground. So...
Okay.
I'm still deciding if I want to make this new character fighter, or if I want to just go with the rogue that I have. So that's what I'm currently looking at.
Okay. Well, either way, you all know a little bit about the world now. You know about the history of the lore that most everyone knows, whether it be through stories or through simple folklore. All of the lore that I have shared with you is common knowledge that most everyone knows in one way or another. However, the rest is yours to discover. So, who would like to go first on asking questions or anything like that, character-wise? What ideas do you have? What questions do you have? What do you all want to try and do in this game?
The only thing I have going on right now is trying to figure out making this new character, as well as if I even want to use it. Outside of that, anybody else is free to go.
I was just curious about, like, is there limitations on, like, race? Because
No.
the world has been flooded, and I'm sure that could have exterminated some races, so, like...
The way I see it is, if you want to play a race in one of my games, I will make it a race that shows up at least once. Or, if you'd like to, backstory-wise, because you are asking a good question, with the idea of some races possibly being wiped out, if you'd like to play a race that would normally not be seen as often, like lizard folk or Yuan-Ti or something like that. If you'd like to, you can make your backstory make it seem like, at least in one of the cities, you are more rare. You could even be one of the last families of this race in one of the 3 cities, if you'd like. But I do not restrict races. I don't believe in restricting races. I believe every race has something going for them and against them that I can use. Most DMs complain immediately about Aarakocra. Guess what? Give the bandit a fucking crossbow. Like, it's not difficult. It's really not. So,
Yuan-Ti classic.
Yuan-Ti
my only one.
are really good. Yuan-Ti are really good. So you're doing a Yuan-Ti no matter what class you do?
No, I refuse to play him. They're too powerful.
I'm pretty sure he said he wants to do a fucking Goblin Alchemist this time.
Goblin Alchemist. I'll be deciding going off of you guys. I have 2 in mind.
Well, like I said, it all depends on what I want to. Because I'm making a character right now. I'm just kind of skimming through all the fighter stuff right now because I've wanted to make a fighter for a minute.
Fighters are really fun, and because of the fact that
Give
they
me a
are...
rundown.
So I'm sure James can go more into detail about fighters than I could. Fighter was the first class that I ever made a character with. And I enjoy fighters, however, it is a martial class, so you will have to understand that you are a very strong early to mid-game kind of character, and late game you're probably going to feel like you fall off a little bit.
Isn't it kind of a thing when it comes to late game, depending on the classes, obviously?
Yeah.
Your subclass will be way more impactful depending on
Yes.
your first
And-
class.
Yes.
Depends on the subclass, but
Yes.
Well, I know for, like, I had one of my friends, he had a rogue that he put into monk, and apparently that combination made him go absolutely fucking insane.
Yeah.
He loved it, his DM loved it.
Yeah.
But then some of them are just a bad combination all around.
In all honesty, I as a person, like, my personal playstyle is I will single class a character to make them as strong as possible, unless story-wise it makes sense to multi-class them. Like, if I'm playing a fighter, or I think my best example is a warlock I was playing. I was continuing into warlock so far, and my DM made it basically to where that warlock was fighting between, you know, his evil patron and the good patron that the warlock had kind of started talking to. And I had talked to the DM about could I stay a warlock but be like a good warlock, and he introduced me to the celestial warlock. So I enjoy single classing. I enjoy the idea of basically just going as strong into one class as possible. However, if you want to multi-class, please feel free. As long as you can make it make sense, or you have a good reason for your character to be like, yeah, no, I kind of practice this in my off time, but this is the first time I've ever, like, nosedived into it kind of thing, then yeah, that would work. I have no issue with it. But, back to fighters. Fighters are not weak martial classes, but they are not the strongest, in my opinion. I feel like out of all of them, Rogue is the strongest just because of the fact of how sneak attack stacks so fast with their leveling.
Well,
However,
like, I could obviously run this with my rogue right now and then just relearn all the things that I learned before, but I'm also wanting to run a fighter because I want to...
Fighter is good in the sense of if you want to make your character extremely strong and get those stats up, every other class... James, is it 4 or 6?
It's...
Is it... No, for other classes, because I know Fighter gets like 8 ASIs.
It's... Yeah, they get a ridiculous amount. It's like 4 extra.
Yeah. So every other class in the game gets 4 ASIs every 4 levels. Level 4, level 8, level 12, level 16.
No, they have 118. 118.
Yeah. So fighters get a bunch of stuff that makes it to where you can go with feats that make your character stronger in the sense of something specific, or you could make them like a chef or something like that if you wanted, because there is a chef feature or a chef feat that makes it to where you basically just get better hit points if you cook for your team in between rests. So but overall, fighter is really good for dealing a whole lot of damage really fast because they have second wind, which allows them to heal as a bonus action. They have what's it called, James?
Action Surge?
Action Surge, there it is. They have Action Surge, which gives them a second action on their turn.
Arguably the strongest feature in this entire game.
It's haste without the drawback. However, it's only once per long rest.
Yep, and then you get a second one at 11, I think.
Level 11. And then a fighter already is strong, but what makes them stronger is you can pick a fighting style. Each fighting style comes with its own abilities, additions, and strengths. You have blind fighting, which basically makes it to where your character has 10 feet of blind sight. So whenever you're in combat, if you're playing like a human or something like that, and you're in a cave, if something gets into melee with you, you're going to see it, even if you can't fucking see. It's the idea of like the blind monk fighting style kind of thing.
It's Lee Sin.
Yeah. And then you've got different subclasses that are really cool. You've got like the Rune Fighter, Eldritch Fighter. You've got the
Psi-Nut Fighter.
Yeah, the Psionic Fighter. He's fucking insane because he gets a copy of himself.
That is
Is it Psionic? No, it's not. What is it?
No, it's not Psionic. It's Frick. Gloomstalk, not Gloom.
Nope, that's a Ranger.
General Laser right now in one of my orc campaigns. I can't believe I forgot about it. General, tell me
Action
it
Surge
quickly.
is per short. Per short or long rest. But basically, fighters are really strong, really fast DPS. Or you can build them as a tank.
Oh, and Exandria.
Okay, so this is my idea because I know at whatever fucking level you can multi-class.
It's Shin.
You can multi-class at any level.
What's Shin? Echo Knight.
Echo Knight, that's what it is.
You can multi-class at any level?
Yeah, you can put one level into fighter and then one level into warlock if you wanted. It's not going to make you very strong, but you can do it.
So it is...
Like, genuinely speaking, if your character is, say, like, level 1, you start off the game as a paladin. If you wanted to, at level 2, you could multi-class immediately and just go directly into, like, rogue or fighter or barbarian.
I was thinking of fighter barbarian, but not have it be so... Like, I want the main stats of it to be fighter, but then have the option of, like, rage and
You just...
like going absolute batshit crazy.
You can do that.
What's the
It
term?
depends.
That's what I was thinking.
Now, I will say... What?
What's the term that we use? The 5-free? So, 5 or 3 or 4. 3 or 4. Sorry, I'm trying to remember it, but they just only go 4 levels. So.
But depending on which one you choose as your main class is what gives you your saving throws, your proficiencies, and your stat bases. Now keep in mind, with fighter, the fun thing about fighter is fighters can be anything. They can be archers, they can be dual wielders, they can be sword and shield, they can be fucking duelists, they can be tanks.
Two-handed
Okay,
fighter.
so
yeah.
would it help if I just told you what type of fighter I want to make?
Also,
in a sense?
I mean,
I
if
want to
you
do a great sword that can use practically anything that's a blade. Like a great sword user is the primary. Anything that's a blade would not be a problem.
Yep.
Obviously, have the default skills, as far as I know.
Yeah.
And then, in any case where rage is applicable,
yeah,
have it be like an absolute speed blitz type of fight.
Yeah,
bonus
you can
action, rage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bonus action rage
That's what
with
I'm thinking.
multi-attack.
Race-wise, so far, I'm still waiting to figure that out because I'm still looking at stuff.
Yeah. So
And
you can do that. That's definitely an option. You have the ability to do that. You could do it and multi-class right off the bat at level 2 with one in Barbarian, one in Fighter, whichever one you choose as the main class being, level 1. But you can do that. You could do 2 levels in Fighter right now and then get Barbarian later. You can wait until level 4 on Fighter and then get your 5th level with 1 level in Barbarian. Like, whatever you want to do, you can do. However, I'm going to say now, when you multi-class, you make your character weaker in the long run, depending on what you do. Now, martial classes, it's a little less so because of the fact that with martial classes, you're hitting things as hard as you can as is. That's how it is. Now,
mages, however.
Yeah, casters and stuff like that, if you're multi-classing 3, 4, 5 different times, your spells, you're going to get higher spell slots, you're not going to get higher spells. So that's really the only issue. Now with Fighter, you're taking away from the possibility of getting like more ASIs depending on how many levels you take into Barbarian.
What the fuck is ASI?
ASIs are ability score improvements at level 4, 6, 8, 10, 12,
Yeah, they get the same amount.
14, 16, and 18. Fighters get ASIs, which are basically the ability to improve your already base stats or choose a feat. Feats do things like I was talking about earlier. They do things specific to each character. Like, there's a feat that I love taking called Observant. It makes it to where your passive perception and investigation get a +5, and you can read lips if you understand the language at a distance. It also adds a +1 to your intelligence or wisdom modifier, depending on which you prefer. But there are a bunch of different feats like that you can do with all kinds of stuff. There's one called Athlete that basically makes it to where you use half of, it's half of half movement? No, you don't spend half movement getting up from prone. Because normally when you're knocked prone or knocked on your ass, you have to use half your movement to stand up, basically, because you have 6 seconds per round, which means you have 6 seconds to try and stand up. That's where that comes in. But, oh, there it is. Thank you, General. 5 feet to get up with Athlete. And there's a bunch of other stuff like Charger, Chef, Actor. There's a whole bunch of different feats that do different stuff. And you can look at those whenever you get the option to actually use them, and I can answer those questions as well. But for the most part, right now, especially if you're wanting to multi-class directly into like the Fighter Barbarian thing, I think the only thing that's going to restrict early game is you have to have level 5. Is it 4 or 5, James?
It's 5 for extra attack.
Yep. Level 5. In one class, you get multi-attack. Multi-attack basically makes it to where instead of doing one swing per turn, your character is more used to... Yeah, one swing per action. You get 2 swings per action because your character is getting more adept in fighting. Your character is getting stronger. Your character is getting faster. Your character is understanding how battle works a little bit more to the point where they are able to use their weapon more properly.
So
if you were to multi-class right now, you would have to have another
like
4 levels. Yeah. So you'd have one
it
level
would
on
take
bar.
me longer to
You'd be
start
level
up
6.
and actually...
You'd be level 6 when you get multi-attack.
Yeah. And that's if you were to take one level in Fighter, one level in Barb, and then just go directly into Fighter or directly into Barb. You'd be level 6 before you get multi-attack. However, like I said, it doesn't make your character any weaker because of the fact that with Barbarian and Fighter, with Fighter you're already getting your fighting style, you're already getting your modifiers, you're already getting your already strong attacks as a fighter, and your multiple attacks as a fighter. But with Barbarian, you also get the rage attack bonus. You also get the damage mitigation due to your rage, stuff like that. So your character isn't weaker for it. It's just it's gonna take a minute to get the ability to swing more during your turn, basically.
Arguably at level, if we're going to level 2, 1 fighter, 1 barbarian, it's strong.
Yeah, it's
because every time you multi-class, every time you take a class in general, you get the max hit points for that die that is your hit die that you get to use. So you immediately get a 10 and a 12, so 22 plus your con modifier times 2. So it's.
You can say as many words as you like. It doesn't mean I'm gonna understand them until I actually interact with it.
Your hit points are based off of your Constitution or your Con mod. The Con mod is based off of your Con stat. Every 2 points above 10 is a +1 to each stat. And I'm going to actually get into stats now because that's going to help everybody here. And the easiest way I can explain it is the tomato method. Strength is how far you can throw a tomato. Dex is how easily you could catch a tomato. Constitution is being able to eat a rotten tomato without getting sick. Intelligence is knowing tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing tomato salad is not a fruit salad. And charisma is knowing that you can sell a tomato-based fruit salad.
That makes sense.
Every class has 2 stats that they prioritize. However, if you only put all of your stats into those and make 1 stat worse or 2 stats worse for those 2 really, really good stats, your character is going to be really good at those things. However, your character is also going to be really bad at those other things that you are neglecting due to your wanting to min-max.
Hold on. I'm trying to make a fucking name, so I'm using a random generator.
Mm-hmm.
The last name is Giggle Feather.
Yep. Fucking love the randomizers.
Giggle Feather.
Pretty fucking good. I love randomizers. So, strength. Right off the bat, I'm going to get into the actual stats themselves and kind of explain what each of them do, because the tomato method, it does make sense, but it also helps to go into it. Your strength is literally your ability to jump, your ability to lift things, your ability to carry your weight. Keep in mind, your strength stat is what allows you your encumbrance stat. We've all played Elden Ring. We've all played these games. The more strength you have, the more you can carry. And based on your race, you can actually carry more. There are certain races, like Goliaths, who are able to carry the
large category.
The large category, which basically means you double your encumbrance stat.
Don't tempt me to make a fucking Goliath Draconian Barbarian. I've seen the fucking art people can do for that, and it's fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm. Now, your dex is your ability to, dodge things. Your ability to dodge traps, your ability to throw things, use bows, use crossbows. All that stuff is dex. It's your ability to use your hands in a very careful and meticulous way. Strength is literally using your fists to punch anything in the way. Dex is picking the lock to get it out of the way. Constitution. Now, Con has two meanings: Constitution, concentration. Keep in mind, unless you're playing a caster, concentration does not matter. Constitution is your health, your ability to withstand illness, your ability to withstand the weather, your ability to withstand poisons and other things like that.
Also,
Literally, if you can eat a rotten apple or tomato without getting sick. What were you about to say, James?
also, there's holding your breath too.
Mm-hmm. Holding your breath underwater in D&D 5e is measured by 1 minute plus your con modifier in minutes. If you have an 18 in your con, that means you have a +4 modifier. You can hold your breath underwater for 5 minutes.
By the way, there is a minimum of 1 in case you have a negative con.
Yes.
It's a minimum of 1.
Yes, minimum of 1. Now, I'll get into the modifiers later. Concentration, which is also using your con mod. Concentration is, as a caster, your ability to maintain a concentration spell. There are certain spells that you have to concentrate on in combat. These spells will make it whether or not you are able to hold it while in combat based on how much damage you take. To maintain concentration, when you take damage from any source, the DC or the difficulty class of what you roll to maintain your concentration is 10 plus half the damage. As a caster, if you take 20 damage and you are maintaining a concentration spell, that means your DC is 10 plus 10. That's a DC of 20. You have to roll at least a 20 on a 20-sided dice using your con mod.
I thought it was total damage.
Nope.
Hi, Bun.
Oh.
Nope. It's half damage.
Gosh.
Hi, Bun. Now, intelligence. Intelligence is book smarts. It's how smart your character actually is. That one's self-explanatory. It's how many books your character has read, how much history they know, how much about nature they know, so on and so forth. Wisdom is street smarts. Their ability to handle animals, their ability to find and forage for food, their ability to track things. That's all wisdom. That is all street smarts. Charisma. This one is self-explanatory as well. It is your character's ability to talk. It is your character's ability, not literally talk.
So I have a -7.
Not possible.
That's not possible. Your character would be dead.
I have a -7.
So charisma is not your actual ability to talk as in, knowing letters, knowing the alphabet, so on and so forth. It's your ability to persuade, deceive, or perform in any situation. It's literally your character's ability to make other people interact with you or how you interact with other people. So, keep that in mind.
Is this your bribe score?
Basically. Depending on how your character plays. But yes. So, with that in mind, we now move on to modifiers. Every stat has a modifier. If you have a stat, say your strength is, for Hootie, your character being a barb fighter, strength is probably going to be your main stat.
I'm probably just going to start out fighter normally. So.
Mm-hmm. And with a greatsword, that's based off strength. And based off the character you're trying to build, strength is also what you'll be using. However, keep in mind as well, Dex affects your armor class. Armor.
That...
Yep. Armor is like a base stat plus you can add your dex modifier to it. Sometimes if you have too low a dex, you will have a negative modifier, and that will actually take away from your armor score. Because dex is, as we said before, how quickly you can dodge or get out of the way as well as use your hands.
Or you just get plate or half plate or one of these in-game
or
armors
one of the in-game armors and
it just sits here
have
you
a
see
stat.
there.
Yep. But no, basically, the higher your score, the better your modifier. The lower your score, the worse your modifier. You remember the concentration thing I had said earlier, where it's 10 plus 10, you have to get at least a DC of 20? If you have a strength score of 10, that means your modifier is 0. If you have a strength score of 11, your modifier is still 0. If you have a strength score of 9, you have a -1 modifier in strength. If your strength score is 18, you have a +4, with a maximum of +5 without items or magic. The better the modifier, the better your rolls will be, because of the fact that when you roll your d20, on any check, I will give you a check, and that check will usually come with something tied to it. Persuasion, athletics, acrobatics, survival, whatever it is, you will use that modifier based off of the skill that it's using, strength, dex, con, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, and you will roll that d20 and add your modifier to it. Mm-hmm. So, if you roll a 10, but you have a strength score of 18, which means your modifier is going to be +4, you will have at least a +4. You will have a 14 total on that roll. Now, this is where modifiers get a little interesting. Every skill that is tied to these stats, every single one of them has a different modifier based off of your proficiency in them. If your character has a strength modifier of +4, but they're proficient in athletics, your character will gain additional benefits from your proficiency bonus. Proficiency bonus is based off your level. At level 2, like we're starting, it'll be a +2. Or +1. +1. If I'm not mistaken, it's 1 or 2.
It's 1.
Okay. Anyway. Your character will have a +1 proficiency bonus. So any skill that they're proficient in, you will add that +1 and whatever modifier your skill is. Does that make sense? It's a whole lot of math, but it's quick math, so it's easy. And with D&D Beyond, most of it is... Yeah, 3.5 is something entirely different. I'm not getting into that one just yet. I've played it in the past. It's fun, however, very complicated. Not going to do that with new players. But I hope that makes sense. I hope I'm not boring anybody. I'm sure I am. But
I will say this,
it's
probably
just the fact that it's a fucking lot in a short period of time.
Yeah.
So that's literally like I'm gonna ask fucking questions the entire fucking time. So.
Hey,
that's perfectly normal.
Yeah, I'd prefer that in all honesty. I'd rather you ask questions rather than just get upset because you don't understand it.
It's a +2.
It's a +2? I thought it was.
Yeah.
I think it's a +2 up until level 5. But I would rather you ask questions as we play or as we do things, or even now, in all honesty, than get upset because you don't understand something and you feel like you should understand it, when in reality, you ask me the question and find out I'm going to have to go and actually search it up myself, because this game is not perfect. It is dog water. It's just bad. There are some things that it's missing, and they tried to quote-unquote fix it with the 2024 handbook, and me and James both are just like, yeah, no, it didn't work.
I'm not touching that. No.
I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole. Fuck that. But
They dug up my ranger, then shot him again.
but no matter what, always ask questions. Never feel worried about asking questions. I am always willing to try and work with you no matter what the question is. And depending on the situation, it's actually going to help me learn something as well as you learn something. So, please ask questions. Don't hold it in pretending that you know and then getting upset because you don't understand and it didn't work out the way that you wanted it to. I would really much rather we both just learn something. But for the most part,
I think you fucking broke
there he
a
is.
little bit. There we go.
But yes.
Welcome to Will-O-Wisp. Me?
Yeah, welcome to
No, not you. You. Him. Will.
Yeah.
Fuckwad. Fuckwad?
Yep.
Fuckwad. I gotta orient myself in the way of his fucking stream now.
Yeah, welcome to the Will-O-Wisp Wood stream when it comes to D&D. Anything else, I can stream for 8, 6, 12 hours. One of these? Nah.
Something happens.
Oh well.
What's up?
But nonetheless, like I was saying, I would much rather you ask questions than get upset later. So.
Mm-hmm.
But where was I? Oh, it is a lot. It is a lot at one time because the base information that you need is just that. It's just the base information. It's the stats, your proficiency, your class, stuff like that. The rest of it you will learn as you play. And feel free to ask questions about, like, if you want to do something, like, you can ask questions like, hey, if I did this, would it be this check or would it be this check? And I'd be willing to work with you on that depending on how you want to explain it. Like, you say your character wants to jump from one canyon side to the other. And it's like a narrower part of the canyon, so there is a possibility of reaching it. If your character isn't proficient in athletics, but you want to make it to where it's like an acrobatics thing, you can explain how your character makes it an acrobatic thing rather than a just straight up, I'm going to use my full fucking strength to just leap. So if you could do that, I'm fine with it. Now, of course, there are things that are going to be very specific to checks, so keep that in mind. But for the most part, most of the checks are interchangeable.
Any questions, Matt? Like,
No, it's a lot of
And you've been
information.
quiet as fuck. Yeah.
It's a lot,
It is.
but for the most part, it's very informative. I don't really have much questions at this moment. And while you guys are explaining and talking, I've been looking at all these like classes of different high cats. And I'm just having a hard time choosing a class because Levi wants to be a fighter, and you want to be an alchemist.
I think of me as a joker in this situation. I will play based off of, like, I've played a while, so I'm personally, I will tell you guys, I am going to be playing a support. It don't matter what class, what I have a support in mind. So
Me and James are basically here saying whatever you guys want to try out or want to see if you're enjoying or going to enjoy, feel free to try it.
I was thinking kind of like long range, so probably ranger.
If you have any questions about any of the classes, please feel free to ask. Because if I don't know about the class, James knows about the class, and if James and I don't know about the class, we have access to the internet, and I can definitely look it up for you.
I'm on ability scores. What the fuck does it mean by a generation method?
Generation method is, so you have 3 options. Point buy, which I hate, the standard that I use, or you can roll for them. Your stats are based off of, rolls or a stat array, which I enjoy using a stat array. So, which would you prefer? Because the stat array is a set amount of stats.
Standard stat array.
Okay.
15,
You can use
14, 12.
You can
11.
use the game's standard stat array, or you can use my standard stat array. It's completely up to you. But
would be...
my stat array, James says, makes you stronger, but I also give 2 good stats, 2 medium stats, and 2 bad stats. So you can either round your character out, or you can min-max a little and make your character really good at something, but also fucking decimate the rest of their stats.
17 is not a good stat.
17 is a good stat.
17 is an insane stat. It's just a little thing between me and him over the years.
So if you want, I can give you my stat array, or you can use the standard stat array that the D&D Beyond gives. Both are good.
Which would be...
Isn't it 17, 16, 14, 13, 10, 8? 2 years?
Yes. And I can kind of lower it a little bit if need be.
You said a bunch of numbers. I understand nothing.
So those are the numbers that I usually use for my stat array that you can put into any of your stats, and then because of your race, your class, different things like that, usually just your race, you get stat bonuses off rip. So if you have, I think it's Dragonborns get a +2 to con and a +1 to strength, or is it the other way around, James? I think it's the other.
I'm not.
Are you playing? Are you wanting the new one or the old one?
Hootie, what race have you chosen?
Human.
Human? Okay, so you're gonna get either the normal human or the variant human. Yeah, the normal human gives a +1 to all stats, just across the board. Then you have variant human that allows you a feat instead, or you can get an ASI, which is 2 points to something, or 1 point to 2 different things. So, if you chose the normal human, you've got 1 across the board.
Well, I didn't get...
You have a racial bonus. You'll see it at the bottom with your little tables that show...
It's literally just... Hold on.
Are you doing it
for the hiding
link?
it. Motherfucker!
Have you opened up all the options real quick before you continue? Like, have you opened up the critical role? It's at the start of character building.
I got a bunch of that shit.
Also, did you click on the link that I sent in the group chat? Because if you do that, James is sharing his stuff that he owns through D&D Beyond, so you'll have a lot more options.
And Dragon's also sharing, so we have it all.
We have it all. And a lot of homebrew classes as well that I've made, and Dragon's made, and James has made.
And some custom items and spells.
Yep. But you won't have to worry about that. Not yet, at least.
Why are there 2 versions of Thieves' Cant from Critical Role when it comes to languages?
One is...
I don't like how he's laughing.
I'm gonna go swap my clothes from the washer to the dryer while James explains.
He's avoiding responsibility.
Thieves' Cant, it's too... I don't know. Personally, there should only be 1 theme of Thieves' Cant for Critical Role.
I'm saying 2, that's why I'm asking.
Long story short, there's typical Thieves' Cant from D&D in general, and then Critical Role made a book, and that is a language. So typically, Thieves' Cant is not a language you can learn unless you go into Rogue. So Thieves' Cant is Rogue language. Like the Underground, the Underbelly, that's what it is. Or Undercommon. The Undercommon is, how I like to say, is it's just common for the people who live under the ground. Matt, any questions or anything to come up with?
I'm currently just trying to decide on a race. I kind of like your guys' homebrew. Like,
Some of them are, and some of them aren't. Some are dragons. They're kind of broken.
I'm thinking of lichen.
Oh! Shoot, is that mine or Will's? Or there should be a few of them actually in there.
There's a lot. Yeah, that's not a good race for.
So I will say one thing about lycanthropy. It is a curse. It is a curse, and typically it is a kill on sight ordeal.
Yeah, I don't want to.
In typical worlds.
What is it?
So it's you think about lichen being lycanthrope.
Oh, nice.
Don't know which one yet. And just gave like the lycanthrope is typically just.
Well, lycanthrope is the werewolves.
Lycanthropy is a disease in general, and then there's different mutations through the lycanthropy. Silver hurts. As general werewolf like lore and weaknesses go.
Abomination.
Okay, so variant human
is stupid strong, and you'll be happy.
Looking at the thing of like all the numbers. So,
I level 1 feat, right? Unless it's for race.
Therianthrope or zoanthrope is the term for beast people or were people, basically.
Bitch, that's a floating bug brain. Really, James? Nothing.
What's happening?
I think he's second.
Zoanthrope.
Oh.
You should know. You fucking yelled at one for like 5 minutes.
Anyway.
Okay. He's played Bulwark in fucking Space Marines for 5 seconds. You claim to be a Tyranid player and you don't recognize one of your fucking own.
Just the first time I'm hearing the word, so.
Zoanthrope?
Yep, never heard of it before.
The floaty brain bitches from fucking Warhammer.
Never heard of that term.
It's a Tyranid.
No, I'm gonna
I just call them pyramids, man.
I'm gonna do dwarf.
Nice.
I'm being flashbanged from all sides. It makes sense. You're a bitch. Or wait, hold on. Fucking, you're a bitch. I fucking hate how you have me set up. I'm fucking flip-flopped. Fucker. Drinking was a bad idea.
Could be worse.
Okay, so out of the ability scores that I have with the standard array, Strength 15, Dexterity 13, Constitution 14, Intelligence 12, Wisdom 10, Charisma 8. Because like it didn't have your whatever the fuck numbers you. I remember there was 17 and then
well,
that was
17, 16. You just had to do it manually.
Yeah, you could put it in the generation
So I'd have
method. You could put it in as
do like
manual.
manual rolled.
Yeah, you can do manual rolled, and it'll allow you to insert a certain amount that you've already rolled, or it will actually allow you to roll on D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
So
what was? You had numbers.
Yep. The standard array
17,
I use is
16.
numbers.
17, 16, 14, 13, 10, 8.
Mm-hmm.
16.
There you go. It's in the group chat.
There it is. Yeah. Put in voiceless chat as well.
Fucking, this is annoying me. I can't use my fucking numpad because D&D Beyond doesn't like it.
No, you just have to activate your numpad number lock. You're not locked out of it.
Oh, shit, you're right. Thank you. It's never been off before. Leave me alone.
It was just the leaned forward out of camera view just a little bit.
No.
Oh shit, you're right.
I did a thing. I took my car mount, my phone from inside my car, and I have it just on my desk, so my phone is literally just floating right here where I can fucking see it. So my numpad's behind my phone.
Well, all I saw was you leaned forward. All I saw was shoulder and back, and then all I heard was, "Oh, you're right."
Shut up.
Fun.
88 wisdom. No, thank you. I'm good. I don't need that.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
higher than a divine. We're talking.
I'm not trying to be a
3.5
fucking
edition.
wizard here, alright? I don't want to fucking do that shit.
Yeah, it's like 3.5 numbers, if I remember correctly, right, Will?
If you can manage to get it up to 88, something's fucking wrong.
Yeah, that's like a D&D
My dice are just
roughly,
different
so.
than yours, bro. It's okay.
Yeah,
Is there
it's like
any
you multiply.
point to put any points into strength when it comes to
Being a ranger,
Like I said,
yes and no. It depends. Like if you're gonna be mostly, rangers aren't limited only to just Mr. Bow. I'm gonna shoot with my bow. I'm gonna shoot with bow. No, you also have swords. You also have daggers. You also have any weapon that you want to use. There's deck-based weapons. There's strength-based weapons. A bow's a dex-based weapon.
yeah, I got 2 points into dexterity and then 1 into wisdom.
Oh, it's
your smart.
It's your racial bonuses that do that.
Yeah, right now I'm doing the BC bonus. Yes.
Yep. I think it just depends on how you plan to play, because, like I said before, strength is your ability to lift things, carry things, move things, grapple things, stuff like that.
Ranger. Okay, I'll play something magic.
Rangers are magic.
If
not-
I have this kind of concept in my head about how I want to do my
do I have to add my own fucking weapons and shit back in here, or is it what the fuck is going on?
You go to the starting equipment.
Yeah, choose equipment, starting equipment. A chainmail, greatsword, flail, 8 javelins, dungeoneer's pack, and 4 gold pieces.
Did you already get all that?
I clicked on it, and then dagger, and then
Well, if
turn
you
inventory,
already
other possessions, add items, currency. Anything for that?
If you already
No.
have, if you already clicked on that stuff and you already did it one time, if you go to your current equipment, it should be under that. Starting equipment basically gives you the option of the starting equipment or gold.
I like to have equipment.
So once that's all selected, just view character sheet.
Will.
Yes, James.
Druid, wizard, or cleric?
Any or.
I know. I was like, which one though?
You could roll for it for all I care. It's whatever you feel like you want to play.
I'm perfectly fine playing with any of these.
Exactly. But which one do you feel like playing for this?
Druid's kind of hard because all the metal.
Well, it's not all metal. The lands that you're in, the 3 cities, there is still nature, and due to the amount of water there's a lot of nature that is able to survive off of this amount of amount of water. And because of the fact that everything is like drowned, there's a lot of stuff that people just try to let grow when it starts sprouting, wherever it starts sprouting, because of the fact that if they don't and it dies, that means that plant is no longer able to, help sustain them. That plant dies. All the plants die. Oxygen goes away. All the plants die. No more fruit. No more veggies. No more food. All the plants die. No more cattle. Nothing.
We really don't have many druids in our play groups.
I enjoyed druid.
I could play Verbus Nudus. None of you know Latin.
You can say words all you like, doesn't change shit.
Whatever you want to do, James.
And it's basically my character, though, is just variant human fighter.
Nice.
So that doesn't help you decide your character, James. I don't know what will.
I already decided on magic. We got a ranger and anything, so I'm just thinking of main magic class. Buffs, utility, wizard it is. Can't help myself, you know it. I cannot help myself when it comes to wizards. Love them so much.
I thought you were gonna be like a fucking
Artificer.
yeah.
Bad about it. He's not really good to magic-y.
Howard.
Let me look at Artificer one more last time. Such a weak class. What's that?
So Matt, have you decided on whether or not you're going to play a ranger?
Yes, I'm gonna be a ranger dwarf. Totally
Nice.
makes sense, but you know, it
Fun.
sounds fun.
Very nice.
It definitely makes sense.
right now. I'm just trying to make my name.
The name is always the hard part.
I got the first name, but I have the last name left.
Mm-hmm.
Thormir.
Level 2?
Yep.
Awesome. Arcane Tradition, now it's the big question. Now it's the big question. Will, chronology, graviturgy, allowed?
What is it?
Graviturgy, chronology, allowed or no?
If you want to be a gravity wizard, you can be a gravity wizard. If you want to be a time wizard, be a time wizard. Now, if you all want to kind of help with your character creation, if you want to create a character for a specific type of mindset, I can go over the gods really quick and the Pantheon to give you all an idea of what this world kind of believes in.
Yes.
So,
Damn, Matt, go faster.
I'm going to go with abjuration.
okay. Abjuration's always good. It's always a safe pick. So,
Like magic is defensive in nature.
So, the gods of the worlds that have survived the war. You have Lars, the god of the sun, moon, and space. He is depicted as a massive owl with a mix of black and white feathers, whose blood drips space and stars. His domains are time, space, sun, moon, and inner peace. Terra, the goddess of the elements and magic, depicted as a woman in heated armor and crown, with multiple arms that hold the very items that control the elements themselves. Her domains are water, fire, earth, thunder, lightning, radiance, necrosis, acid, and magic. Ceruvia, the god or goddess of judgment, as well as death, revenant, and overseer of those that pass. They are depicted as a massive being with an open jaw of void, usually carrying a scale with strange wax and skulls in them. Their hair is full of knots and naps, as well as trunks of dead trees and rocks. Their domains are judgment, death, and the revenants. Shaliana, the goddess and mother of vampires. She is seen as a woman with pale skin, black hair, fair skin, a beautiful dress, crimson eyes, and a scar of what looks like claw marks scraping down her throat. Her domains are undeath, vampires, vampirism itself, shadows, and darkness. Then you have Zu, god of knowledge, wisdom, and ideas, the Grand Master of the greatest library said to never exist, lives among the gods as an overseer of thought itself. They are depicted as a man in robes with a face that does not exist and what appears like a cloth as it floats behind his head. His domains are knowledge, wisdom, ideas, and thoughts. And then you have Gorok. She is the goddess of scaled beasts and dragons. She is depicted as a woman with draconic wings and a tail, white hair, with smaller dragons flying around her as she carries what most believe to be an ancient devil or demon that she fought and caught as a trophy that now rests on the precipice of death, Gorok keeping the creature at that brink using the blade she carries. Her domain are scaled beasts, dragons, strength, and physical prowess. These are the gods that remain in a world left to drown.
fun.
Any limitations on backgrounds?
No.
Right. Human. What do you think about playing, though, Matt?
He's doing a
What do you
Dwarf
mean?
Ranger.
Yeah.
Dwarf Ranger.
Hootie's playing a variant human fighter. Do we have any other questions?
I'm not really working on things right now.
Mm-hmm.
Guns.
Guns.
Due to the fact that the world itself is the way that it is, guns do not exist in my world. Not in this one, at least. Everything that is used is magic or steam. Black powder is hard to keep dry in this world, as I'm sure you can tell from the everything being mostly underwater.
How about cannons then? Powered by steam.
Magical cannons and steam-powered cannons do exist and do protect the 3 cities from what lives in the water.
I don't like how you said that.
You shouldn't. You really
I don't
shouldn't.
like that.
Just remember, I'm the one with megalothalassophobia, so just imagine what I can create based on what I'm terrified of finding. Ask James.
Me both, buddy.
This makes me happy.
Good.
You need to make a background language.
That means your character, due to their background, gets an extra language, so you get to choose from the list.
Easy there. The hell is deep speech?
Deep speech is basically, like, Drow, Duergar. Things that live in the Underdark. Basically things that are subterranean people. Anybody that lives far enough underground that it has its own little ecosystem. Drow are the purple-skinned elves. Duragar are dark dwarves. They're the ones that live deep underground and don't ever see light, really. Same with the drow.
Maybe I should learn Yeti.
Who knows? It might save you.
In a world full of rain, I can't imagine a Yeti.
You'd be surprised. You have the 3 main cities, but you have a bunch of, like, little islands scattered about the lands and the water, including frozen areas.
Ooh!
So, if you all end up traveling, you may end up accidentally running into one.
I feel like we're gonna have Yetis now.
Maybe.
I'm excited.
I'm more
Alert,
afraid of an ice storm.
alert, skilled, or tough feat. Says choose an option for that.
Mm-hmm.
Any guesses on my HP?
7.
Nah, that's too high. It's got to be like 2.
It's over 30,000.
No, he's playing a wizard. It's got to be like -1.
That's true.
Constantly in a
it is.
state of undeath, but not able to do anything.
That's the goal. The goal, the challenge, live to level 9.
I thought the challenge would be live, period.
What the fuck?
Now,
That's the challenge.
with dwarves, I think you're getting the option of those 3 because tough gives you more HP off the bat. Skilled allows you expertise in like 2 skills and proficiency in 1. Expertise is basically proficiency doubled. So if your character's really good at something, you double your proficiency score and then you add it to that skill.
So you're even better.
Yes.
And then alert.
Alert makes it to where you cannot be surprised, which means no surprise round on you. And you have like a +5 to initiative. In short, you're paranoid.
That's not.
In short, you fucking nuts.
And then now I'm at lifestyle.
Lifestyle is not important.
Dude, that blink. Well, I guess I can fill up the physical characteristics later. Personality. Oh my god.
Based off your background, your character will have like suggested personality traits, but you can use those, you can not use them, you can do whatever you want.
Can you believe it, Will? I have a full 4 spells under my belt.
Nice.
4.
So you need 2 personality traits, 1 bond, 1 ideal, and 1 bad trait, basically.
I kind of want to go silvery barbs for spite for some reason, but
If you want to do it, do it.
yeah, at the same time, I don't want you to start using the spell too.
I'm going to use it anyway.
Okay, I'm grabbing it.
You have the ability to do it, therefore anything that can, in my world, will.
Why have you already angered him? We haven't even started.
There it is, flaw. That's what it's called. Usually it's 2 personality traits, 1 ideal, one ideal, 1 bond, and 1 flaw. Your personality traits are basically what your character is good at, personality-wise, like always polite or always respectful, or they're gluttonous, or they enjoy good food, or stuff like that. their ideals are basically what they stand for. You know, I help orphanages because of the fact that it's good to
sweet
be
hash.
good. Bonds are basically like, if your character is bonded to something, then it could be anything from like, this character is my honor is my life, or it could be something as simple as I send home money to my parents because I want to give them a better life, or little things here and there that make your character have something specific that they're adventuring or fighting for. And then your flaw is basically like the bad thing. Like the personality trait of I'm gluttonous could be a flaw of I eat way too much and I can get sick easily in the middle of battle after moving around too much. Something simple like that. Or something as grandiose as I'm a kleptomaniac, so anytime I see something shiny, no matter where I am, I may end up grabbing it on accident without even realizing it, and that can get the group in serious trouble.
One more spell. Is 6 starting? Not.
Nice.
So I have 8 total.
Oh,
2
and
with every level.
I have warned James of this in the past. My worlds have real consequences. If you do something stupid enough, you will be fucking around, and you're going to find out. Especially if you get caught. So either don't do anything really fucking bad, or don't get caught doing something really fucking bad. Have fun.
It's rude.
The first time I tried to run this game, I had a character or a player that literally just ran headlong into like upwards of 45 vampire thralls. You can tell how that went.
Gee,
I had rolled pretty much the greatest character I'll ever roll again, and it'll never happen again.
Motherfucker blew up.
Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm.
Okay. That's my spells learned.
Alright, I chose the 2 personality traits.
Mm-hmm.
Let me out. Let me out. Do I need to choose more?
No, it'll be an X in the top right.
It's not there.
Oh no.
Let's see.
My internet's fading. Shoot.
What is it?
Long story short, there's a weird thing going on with my school, my dorms, and internet, and so it cuts out for like a few minutes sometimes.
Ideals.
And it looks like it's about to start to happen again, so.
Nice.
Or just D&D Beyond's having a problem here.
Yeah, I think it's just D&D Beyond having a fucking conniption. It usually does. So while they're thinking, chat, in a world of steam and rain, what would you prefer to do? What would your class be? What would your profession of choice be? Would you be a baker, simply enjoying their life with their simple day-to-day? Would you be a sailor, trying to navigate the drowned world? Would you be a soldier that watches over one of the three main cities? What would you do? How's everybody feeling?
The only thing my brain can focus on right now is just fucking doing this bit, which I know is not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm making a pass for my character. I can't even. It's like I'm making a pass for him.
A backstory?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ow, you bastard! Sorry,
Huh?
my cat. My cat scratched me.
Oh.
It's fucking confusing.
Kind of fun making the backstory.
Mm-hmm. And keep in mind, you are level 2, so your character hasn't done a whole lot. You've done more than the average person, but...
Are you expecting us to do, like, a backstory? Well...
Mm-hmm. I expect your character to have some sort of story to them to be where they are at this moment.
So, with being a dwarf, my character's kind of old.
Mm-hmm.
Can be.
Yep.
Can be.
I met him 96.
That's actually pretty young for a dwarf.
Yeah.
You're like a teenager for a dwarf.
Compared to a human.
Mm-hmm. Most everybody's old compared to a human.
My gnome is 100 years old.
Nice.
Oh.
A teenager for a gnome as well.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind that these races like that, elves in my worlds can live as long as they allow themselves to, and their bodies don't decay after death. That's why they use magic, or in some cases, because of the world that it is now, some will use different rituals of setting the body into the ocean to fertilize the animals and plants. Others will do different things like that. Dwarves live anywhere from 350 to 1,000 years, depending on what they do or how they live. Gnomes are the same way. each race has their own ups and downs, and the handbook says one thing, but turtles live for a fucking long time, because I don't care what you say, a turtle lives more than 40 years.
Yeah.
Alligator snapping turtles can live upwards of, what is it, 120, 150? I think the oldest on record right now is like 167 or something like that.
Yeah. My brain won't let me make a backstory until I actually get this fucking figured out.
Nice.
Am I the only one who fucking does that shit?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Question: What magic institutes are there? Also, which city we're going to? Oh.
I was about to say, that depends on which city you're in. There are 3 main cities, and there are a bunch of small islands scattered throughout the world. Now, the 3 main cities are where I usually have players start. But you have Zano, Derry, and Shanto. Each of them having their own backstories as well. Zano is the eldest of the cities and the largest. The great city is discernible not only by the hanging trolley trains and the strange modern take on architecture, but the massive clock that stands in the center of the city. Nearby stands the home of the city's leader. A beautiful mansion with an elegant look to it, as well as guards that keep watch. This is the oldest city of the 3. Derry, or Dury, depending on who you ask, is the second of the triplet cities. The grand city of Dury is known for their more militaristic views, but their city is strong nonetheless. Blimps are far more common here as they float above the city, watching its people from above. And Shanto, the third and last of the triplet cities, Shanto is not as large as its sisters, but it is extremely beautiful nonetheless, as it has begun building its own landmark, a tower of metal. The great city is still a wonderful visit, and just as inherently intrigued by the future of this strange steam power. And I've sent the art of each of those 3 into the group chat, of course, so...
Currently working on art for him.
Nice. Before anyone gets upset in stream or in the VODs or anything like that, yes, my player does use AI for his characters. It's a lot easier and cheaper than trying to find an artist to find a way of creating art for each individual character that this man has. So,
I'm still paying, if that helps any. Like, I'm still paying, but I would like to. Like, I have multiple campaigns I DM, and it's a great way to make quick art to enhance the story.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not an artist, so. I forgot about some people don't like AI.
It's
I originally was this way.
It doesn't matter, in all honesty, as long as it's not hurting anybody. As long as it's not hurting anybody, I think AI art is fine. Especially
AI
with
art?
Yeah, AI art.
Oh, I've been hearing a lot of crap about that from friends who are artists.
I think it just depends, because there are people who use art as their income, and don't get me wrong, a lot of people are still willing to pay for that. However, for people like me and James, we can't go out and pay somebody $80 to $150 for art for every NPC that we use, every world art piece that we use, every background that we use, every descriptor that we use, everything. We can't pay that much for all that stuff. So we have to use easier means of doing that. Now, like I said, as long as it's not hurting anybody and you're not taking art directly from somebody's like Twitter page or Patreon or whatever, and then putting it into an AI art generator and then reposting it and basically going, yeah, I paid for this, I bought it, it's mine, I made it, so on and so forth. As long as you're not doing that, I think it's fine. As long as you are not taking credit for being an artist who is making this art, I think AI art is fine, in my personal opinion. But the people that use AI to, like I said, take art off of people's Patreons, off of their Twitters, off of so on and so forth, and then putting it into an AI art generator, and then making it a new piece, and then putting it somewhere else on social media going, hey, I drew this, what do y'all think? Would y'all pay for this? Like, stuff like that. That's what bothers me. That's bothersome. You spill your drink, James?
Yeah, it came out weird. Really weird, actually, so.
That's what she said. So.
Any votes on City, guys?
So I
What?
see... Huh?
Any votes on which city we're gonna go to?
I like the last one.
I got nothing.
Shanto?
I would have to hear everything all fucking over again. I don't want to do that to everybody.
Do we have to fill out organization, allies, enemies, backstory?
No. The backstory I would prefer you fill out, because, like I said, I do want your character to have a reason to be where they are at the moment, and your character... Keep in mind, the way I play these games, you as the player are a player, yes, but these characters are living beings in this world. They lived in this world. They grew up in this world. They have survived in this world. What brought them to the point that they are at now? You said that your dwarf is like 90, 96?
Yes.
That means you have 96 years worth of backstory. Now keep in mind, you don't have to make it detailed. You don't have to make it insanely detailed. But you have 96 years worth of backstory that your character can go through. Now keep in mind, you're only level 2. So unless they just recently started adventuring, or they've been slowly gathering experience as a person over that 96 years. You're not slaying gods, you're not going out and defeating dragons, you're not doing all this crazy shit. You're level 2. if you get into a fight with a pack of like more than 2 wolves, you're fucking dead.
Gotcha.
So keep that in mind. James has 100 years to try and write backstory for. As a human, Hootie has a lot less that he has to worry about.
I'm not even worrying about, like... Are you expecting me to get backstory and shit done tonight? Because...
Not tonight. I mean, it's not going to come into play, really, for a minute. But I do enjoy using... I do enjoy using backstories in the game. And on top of that, if your character...
Well, yeah, almost every single DM does.
Yeah.
Like,
but...
backstories give you a reason to fucking add some actual, like, character development and whatnot.
Exactly. Now, I don't expect it to be done tonight, but... You know. Can't be session 6 and your character...
to my items.
I don't know why.
Yeah, the place where there's like no guns, except maybe if it's steam powered, maybe antimatter rifle, 100%.
I see that on the list, and I'm kind of tempted. It's a joke.
But no. Yeah, like General says in chat, a good example would be like a dwarf took 30 years going through medical school, and that's why they're proficient in medicine. Something simple like that. But yes, it can't be like session 6 and your character still not have a backstory, because, you know, that doesn't make much sense. So. Was that a sneeze?
No, that was exhaustion. Not exhaustion, but exerting noise. Or getting up because I was laying down.
Gotcha.
Fuck. The amount of fucking, like, in-depth movement you can now do on Hero Forge to make this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Why'd you get me back into this?
Because you wanted to play D&D.
Hero Forge is basically where you can make your D&D mini, and if you want to, you can order them. But for me, I like using it to, like, make my character how I would like them to be.
You can also you can also pay like $8 for the 3D print like file and 3D
if you
print
have a
it.
3D printer, yeah. But...
which is cool. You can also get them painted or unpainted, so.
And when we
start
this,
bullshit.
When we start this, are we already in a party? That makes sense to me, but...
Well, that's the thing. That's where this session 0 comes in. If you all want to, you can have it to where your characters already know each other, somehow, backstory-wise. You can work together to make it to where your backstories mix and kind of blend together so that you as characters already know each other. Or I can introduce you one at a time, or something can happen that draws all three of you in. Whatever you guys want to do, story-wise, I can make it work. If you want to make it easier on yourselves, you can make it to where you all are like friends and you've kind of dabbled in little odd jobs here and there together. Or you can make yourselves like passing acquaintances that have been forced to work on jobs together. You can be people who come from the same the same guild. You're all protecting the same merchant's caravan. Simple things like that.
And in your world, is there like any form of military?
Oh yeah.
And do all three cities get along? Or... I can't take that as a no.
It's
the geopolitics of D&D.
it's not that they don't get along. It's that there's a very thin truce between the three due to the fact that the world itself is already drowned. If they start going to war and trying to, like, basically take the land of the other, that is two massive islands that they have to try and take care of. And keep under control, basically. And then on top of that, they have to supply the military. They have to, protect the people. Unless, of course, they just don't see that as important. And then on top of dealing with each other, they would have to deal with what lives in the water. So it's...
Again, I don't like when you say that shit, you fucking asshole.
The world is 80% water now, or something like that. So
I was hoping that
Quit
there
defending
was
him.
stuff in the water. Like, is there? I want to know if there's.
if I was offending him, I would have become a Triton.
There are a number of stories, folklore, children's bedtime stories that keep them in bed when they're supposed to be sleeping, kind of thing. There are a bunch of stories of what could be in the water. Nobody actually knows what all is in it. There have been sightings, of course, of large creatures. There have been sightings, of course, of small creatures. However, not everything is discovered. So
I'm taking most of the transportation in the world is by airship.
Airship and underwater shuttle.
Underwater shuttle.
Airship, ships, underwater shuttles.
So when do we get to see a Leviathan?
How badly do you want to roll?
I don't.
You know just as well as I do, James, all of my encounters are based entirely off of y'all's luck.
Yeah, and I'm totally expecting a couple of dragon turtles.
I love dragon
you
turtles.
I know you have them in there, and now you've loaded the world with them.
I think you left.
Now, I will say that based off of, like, pricing, underwater shuttles are medium, regular ships are the cheapest, airships are the most expensive.
Damn.
As an as an idea, on average, and this is common knowledge, a regular ship can go anywhere from 5 to 150 gold per person, depending on how big or militarized it is, because the bigger and more, protected it is, the less likely of a chance it's going to sink. Underwater shuttles. They are basically bullet trains under the water. They go along the seafloor. They can go anywhere from, upwards of 300 to 1,500 gold per person, depending on which shuttle you use. Airships. Upwards of 2,000 to 5,000 per person. Due to the fact that they can go above the clouds. They can go over the water without having to worry about anything reaching them. And they're relatively quick for what they are.
That could be a motivation for a character to see what it's like to have no rain constantly. Hope, in a sense.
This is one of the few times we could actually play a lycanthrope, like a faff. The fish. The fish people. Because they need to be in water or they start drowning from air suffocating.
Yep. That race is so fucking dumb.
Why did they make it?
They literally made a race that goes, if you're not in water once every 1 hour, you literally will die.
Challenge. That's all I hear.
Yeah, it's
Not
one
a
hell of a
second.
fucking challenge mode. You know the blue guy from Hellboy, the original one? That. Except he doesn't have the little rebreather thing. That race just dies of reverse drowning. D&D extreme difficulty.
Reverse drowning.
Mm-hmm.
It took a while, but I got it done.
Can you have access to their character sheets?
I have access to any character sheets that are in that link that I sent you.
Okay.
Nice. That's cool. Why does he look like
Wait.
me with short hair?
Huh?
I didn't even think about that.
Oh, are you talking about James's thing?
Uh-huh. It's pretty cool.
I made a copper guy, but
Yeah.
copper.
I like his colors. He's cool. I want a handlebar mustache like that.
No
My
one can
mustache
do
has
my
gotten-
beard, though.
My mustache has gotten to the point where I could probably do that, actually. What's even worse is my mustache is a different color than my beard, so if you look closely, you can see my mustache run down my beard because it's a totally separate color. Yep. I love the idea of underwater bullet train is the fact that there is probably a underwater mech to help make the track or fix anything underwater. There are people that are willing to go in that water. This is already so much fun, and we haven't even actually started.
No, seriously, just we have fish people. We hire the fish people.
I like this. This is gonna be a fun group.
Bird. In this world, I should probably call a steam ball.
So much fun. So.
Gnome obviously has a -1 strength score.
What is it?
I have a -1 strength score, obviously.
Nice. When your wizard's dump stat is wisdom, so you put all your points into intelligence and fucking strength. It's time to show you what we used to do in the old days before magic, boy.
I just love the idea of a barbarian gnome.
Angry little fucker. You know what I always loved the idea of? A gnome who's married to a Goliath.
Got Red Bull.
I may be out of spells, but I'm not out of options. Then you've got the American wizard. I may be out of spells, but I'm not out of shells. Pulls out Glock. As you level up, you just get bigger guns.
That's actually a lot. This little fella has a carrying capacity of 120 pounds.
How fucking dare you? You got taller. How fucking dare you? I like how Hootie is like locked in for this.
You want me to fucking try? I'm fucking trying. Like fucking.
So, I will say
I'll
this.
send you on Snapchat.
Turns out, we may have overlooked gnomes for quite a while. We're always talking about the, the...
Very nice. Looks like the main character of Black Flag. Can't remember his fucking name.
Edward Kenway?
Yes.
No.
Yeah. Just with armor
No.
instead.
No.
Yeah, he's got the blonde goatee.
Okay, fucker, it's not blonde, but I already fixed that done.
It looks blonde because of the Snapchat or the
I have
Snapchat
14
camera.
HP.
But it is a screen taking picture of a screen.
I have 14 HP.
Nice.
And I have a con score of 14. So it's like, if I
really
didn't have that
do.
score, I would have a health score of 10.
I really do like this art.
I will say I'm not tooting my horn trying to defend AI, but at the same time it actually takes sometimes a lot of work to get the bot to work with you. Hopefully they'll keep adding on to it. It's just a lot. It's a pain a lot of the time too. Like it took me about 30 attempts to get that image, so it's.
Hi, Bun Bun.
How much health do you have, James?
14.
Not
14?
enough.
14. I get one shot.
What level are we supposed to be?
2.
2? Okay. Fix that.
Where do you get to see the health?
Both of you should have an average of.
It should be under your hit points, up at the top right
Ah,
on D&D
okay, that
Beyond.
makes more sense. Level 1 I had 13, and I was like, James has more than me? Huh? Level 2 I have 22, so that's better.
Nice.
Better.
Very nice. That's what James was saying earlier. When you take the first level of any class, you get the maximum amount of hit points for that class. And since you're going Barbarian Fighter, which have 2 of the
I'm
highest
going
hit
fighter
die.
just now. I want to get into Barbarian at least a little later.
Oh, so you're just going straight Fighter.
Right now.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Base
What's your,
16, he has a cons modifier of 3,
Nice.
I guess, for numbers.
Very nice.
I don't know if this is right. What? Strength 17, Dexterity 15, Constitution 17, Intelligence 13, Wisdom 8, Charisma 10. Then there's the pluses and minuses of 3, 2, 3, 1, minus 1, plus 0.
Eight, 14, 14, 18, 17, 10. These are some really good stats for a wizard. Like, I'd be really happy if I had a wizard with this stat roll at level 11.
So, I have this choice for fighting style,
Mm-hmm.
and I have 2 choices: Druidic Warrior or Fighting Style Feat.
Oh crap! Are you guys are using the legacy versions, correct?
Legacy version?
There's the new version, and then they call it the legacy version.
Pretty sure I'm using Legacy because that's what Will said he prefers over the new shit.
That's what I got. Wait. Is that like the skill, like the?
The long story short, we're playing 5th edition. We're not playing 5.5. We're playing 5th edition.
And you get to choose that with your class, correct?
Yes.
There. Let me just.
What's your armor class there, James?
Cat, please.
Yes.
Yes?
Ew.
I said yes.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if my armor's fucked up or not.
With spells. Which I
No,
have
I'm
active.
just, like, on the D&D Beyond type screen.
I have an AC of 12, and I don't wear any armor. I have a really
I have
low
a
AC.
fucking armor class of 12. What the fuck?
What's your armor and what's your dex mod?
Do you have your armor
Dex
equipped?
mod is 15 plus 2, I think.
Okay, so your modifier is +2. Go into your equipment tab.
Is that under inventory?
Yes.
Equipment. Okay.
Equip armor.
Yeah, okay, so it didn't give me any of the shit that I said it should.
Okay. So
This
if
game
you,
doesn't like me.
if you go to manage inventory, if you go to the starting equipment, click on that.
Fucking where?
Go to your inventory, manage inventory, right, it's the right side of the search bar. Click on that. Starting equipment will be just normal wording down at the bottom. Click on that.
I don't...
And then go through and click on, you know, the items that you're wanting to add to your character as your starting equipment. And then when you're done figuring out which ones you want to use, you'll hit the Add Starting Equipment button. And it should show up in your inventory.
Shows up, and then I think I have to select it.
Yep. You click on the little squares.
Yeah. And that's the back pack.
Dueling, thrown weapon fighting.
Attunement?
Attunement.
That's shit that we're not doing yet.
Well, attunement is what...
Isn't that if you find like a magic item and you have to make sure that you can use it, and you have to like fucking do random shit to make sure it works?
Attunement is when you get a magic item and you sit for an hour using a short rest, at the very least, to attune to the item. If your character can use the item, then that attunement will basically
Armor
make
class
it tied to you.
16, so that should be at least a little bit better. I have chainmail.
Nice.
Stealth disadvantage. Oh no.
Yep. That means you will roll twice and take the lower of the two on the D20 before you add anything. So if you roll a natural 20 with disadvantage, you then have to roll again, and if you get a natural 1, guess what? That's what you take.
Wait a second. Doesn't he also have the option for lever armor?
I mean, if he wants to take it, but chainmail is...
Because if...
For me to have a great
he
sword
will...
straight out the gate, I need to fucking take the chainmail.
Oh, you have to take the chainmail?
Because manage inventory, starting equipment, there was A, chainmail, greatsword, flail, javelins, dungeoneer's pack, and 4 gold pieces, or studded leather armor, scimitar, short sword, longbow, arrows, quiver, dungeoneer's pack, and 11 gold pieces.
How much is a greatsword?
A lot. Like, genuinely speaking, I'm pretty sure a great sword is a lot of fucking money.
I'm looking now.
And
it's only 50 gold pieces. You can exchange.
That's a lot of
more
money.
money. How much is the longbow? Does it give a longbow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Studded armor, scimitar, short sword, longbow.
If you wanted to, they are the same value. It's up to Will, though. Both of them are 50 gold pieces. Mate.
Mate.
Chainmail?
Mate.
75 gold pieces, AC of 16. Studded lever should be its the best armor type, period. Actually, no, he does have a better AC with the studded lever. Never mind, that is the 2024 version. Uh-oh. Where's the normal armor. They're not showing me the new version or the old version. I don't want that version. I want the old version. Well, what do I do? They removed it. Which means everything... We're using 2024 stuff.
No, it's not.
Yeah, Decker's 2024. Player handbook. Player
Damn,
handbook.
Aoife! What the hell was that, Matt?
Aoife and Alexandra have joined me in the chat room, and Aoife is losing her complete shooting here.
I can tell. What is she upset about?
Oh, she's going crazy over the D&D dice.
She wants your dice and you're not giving them to her?
No, she has the dice, and she's loving them. She thinks it's awesome.
She likes the math rocks!
She likes the math rocks, indeed.
I don't like that. I did a random D20 roll. I got a nat 1.
Mmm.
Get him out now.
Oh, thank you.
I'll keep that in mind.
Fuck off. 8. Low rolls! Rude! It is a metal dice, so it is kind of fucked when it comes to weight. Is that what you use, James?
I use typically nothing but metal or rock.
Yeah, he likes granite.
I do not have any granite dice.
James.
Okay.
I have
James,
lapis.
look at my pretty math rock.
Does it change colors from heat index?
It's just red and black, but it's metal.
Look at my 2-pound metal dice.
Make up anything.
2
Perfect.
pound?
Yeah, it's 2 pounds of pure metal. As an idea, that's how big it is compared to my palm.
I think you
That is
guys
slightly
would
bigger than normal. Yeah.
Will has seen these, but I think you, Hoodie, you'll enjoy this.
Oh, the cylinder dice. Yeah, I've
Yep.
seen those on fucking TikTok and everything.
Those are
They're
actually
cool
really
in concept, but also I think I'd have a fucking headache trying to get them. Or understand them.
This one's the fun one.
Isn't that like a D100 or something?
It's full D100.
You can huck that at the DM and then win.
Oh, that's one of those 100-sided dice?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dodecahedrons or whatever they're called?
Definitely. No, this is probably the set I'm going to be using for the campaign. If it ever focuses.
Mm,
Oh, one of those, the hollowed out ones. That's
those are
nice.
cool.
Kraken head and everything, so.
So how's everybody feeling about their characters so far?
That's a question.
How attached to them already are you? No, I'm
I
kidding.
will put a literal claymore through your fucking eyes if you take my character from me in the first couple of sessions.
Well, don't put yourself in a situation where you
Don't run into a horde of vampires.
Yeah.
I'm not that stupid.
Well,
I'm
You have to
stupid. I'm
double
not
check.
that stupid.
Oh, James, I think you'll like these. I think I've shown them to you before, but
I love those. I know exactly which ones you're talking about. Yeah, no, I love those.
that's
What
fucking
the
sick.
fuck?
That's a D20.
No.
It's
And they're all
similar
like
to the
that.
bullet die. Yeah.
Oh.
They're all like little... They're not bullets, per se, but they're like little things with interlocking
about
rings.
that.
You're good.
He found that I have different colored dice.
They're cool little seedling things, and when they roll, it's like whichever one lands in between the two on top is what you
Yeah,
end up
no,
taking. So that's pretty cool.
It's hard to read them. It's like that, yeah.
This one's just a straight up fucking acorn.
That looks like if you drop it, you're gonna find it with your foot and hate your life.
Funny enough, it is a D4.
Ah, so just D4.
Yeah.
That's one terrifying thing about just having D&D dice is just, ah, fuck, I lost my D4. Nobody
Lego.
fucking move.
I also have a bag of dice.
No, this is... I prefer my lapis dice.
I
Awesome
went to go
seconds.
add backstory and whatnot, and now I'm blind.
There is a dark mode in D&D Beyond.
I have it turned on, but if I go in to change things and add my background, it's gonna fucking do this shit.
I think you like this set here, Hoodie.
Shouldn't it be in fucking,
It's under your notes.
That's not bad. Huh?
This
Class
version, I think.
notes or class background notes. Okay.
But yeah, no, Matt.
notes.
If you want to get more dice, Books a Million does a pound bag of random dice for like $8 or something like that. $10. Pretty fucking cool.
Become a dice goblin.
Dice dragon.
There's a
Dragon.
difference.
I don't do the fucking little tongue thing.
Dragon. Collect quality. Goblin. Collect all.
No. Dragons just hoard anything and everything. And if it's pretty, they hoard it more. But goblins just take everything. It does not matter if it's the same dice or not. I like the shiny math rocks. Until they're on the floor and I step on them.
Shiny rocks of probability.
Percentile rock.
Yeah. Works. I have 6 spells prepared with 3 cantrips.
Nice.
I'm ready to fight now, Bear.
Okay. Can you give me another rundown of like the world and the lore and stuff that could influence backstory?
Of course. Now, do you want to start off easy with the gods and then the cities? Or do you want to go directly into the world lore itself, that long list of ages that I gave?
Not really gonna be fucking with the gods too much. What was the other thing?
You've got the 3 cities, and you've got the actual ages. The world lore itself is split into ages.
Okay.
So. And it has been almost 3 hours, so I could go over the world lore again and kind of
Do it.
for people that are just popping in. So, I will do the 3 cities because they're pretty short, really quick. Zano is the eldest of the cities and largest. The great city is discernible not only by the hanging trolley trains and the strange modern take on architecture, but the massive clock that stands in the center of the city. Nearby stands the home of the city's leader, a beautiful mansion with an elegant look to it, as well as guards that keep watch. Dari, or Dari, depending on who you ask, the second of the triplet cities, the grand city of Dari, is known for their more militaristic views, but their city is strong nonetheless. Blimps are far more common here as they float above the city watching its people from above. And Shanto, the third and last of the triplet cities, Shanto is not as large as its sisters, but is extremely beautiful nonetheless as it has begun building its own landmark, a tower of metal. The great city is still a wonderful visit and just inherently intrigued by the future of this strange steam power. Now, as for the world's lore, the world lore is split into ages. The story of the 3 cities starts with a single drop. For thousands of years, the great wilds and landscapes of the world were dazzling eye-catchers that would never cause the idea of beauty to ever cease to exist. Kingdoms grew from villages, kingdoms grew into sprawling cities, and the cities grew into great countries. The wondrous world was filled with beauty, even during times of war between the cities themselves. However, this beauty would soon be taken from the world. The ages, the time of silence, or TS, was 374 years. The age of time that the Creator spent tirelessly carving the world and planes to his image, the creation of existence itself. The time of gods, or TG, 1,270 years. The period in which the great Creator of everything began forming beings that would oversee his creation and give reason to those to come. They would then spend the remainder of this century to give purpose to these beings as well as forms. Man's creation, or MC, 400 years. This age is that of the very creation of man themselves, the idea behind those that exist to serve the gods and themselves to the world created by the greatest power. Mankind was given the power to affect the land as they grew intelligent enough to learn how. This allowed mankind the ability to gradually exist in their own means, as the gods above watched, giving those below that desired purpose a reason to live on under their watchful eyes for centuries to come. The age of man's betrayal lasted 1 year. As man grew intelligent, some began looking up towards the gods and realizing that they cannot watch all at all times. They began to scheme and curse them. Who are they to be so high and mighty? They'd say. Why must we suffer down here through illness and depression and hunger as they live freely with no hardship? This began the greatest betrayal of man themselves. The age of the creation of the Dark Ones lasted 1,251 years total. Through this malice and hatred that mankind had begun festering and creating, came new gods. The Creator himself did not realize that giving mankind the ability to affect his world would inadvertently give them the ability to affect everything about his world given time. The Battle of the Gods, or BG, lasted 1,869 years. After mankind's creations began growing stronger, bloodbath ensued between the malice-driven gods and the gods that the Creator had created. Decimating the world below as they fought, the Dark Ones, creations of man's own mind and hatred, fought against the Creator's own beings and killed a few. The world below suffered immensely over the next 2 millennium. Plagues killed millions, volcanoes wiped out lands, acid rain fell, mountains crumbled, and the water rose. After this nearly 2,000-year war, only 3 countries remained due to their high altitude. The rest of the world either destroyed, left in ruin, or flooded. Now we are in the Age of Water, or AW, the current year of 987. After the world had gone to ruin and flooded, those that had survived began learning more as they could. The creations that man began to decorate the remainder of the world with not only helped with their personal abilities as people, but through magic and mechanical genius, steamworks began powering the future of the world. However, with water and steam comes releases, and with releases comes rising moisture. With moisture in the air, rain falls. Rain. It never ceases to fall in this world now.
At least you don't have to worry about thirst. Unless the rain that's coming down is...
I'm gonna shove a giant piece of iron into your frontal lobe.
What? I'm just saying.
Fuck you and your goddamn puns!
The thing is the water that falls from the sky, is it clean or is it toxic?
It's just regular rainwater.
It's clean.
Matt, you're getting too fucking into this.
Well, I need to know this kind of thing.
He's gonna get his hydration from just going, ah.
No, I'm just gonna pull out something from my backpack that's gonna be a rain catcher to fill up the water skins.
Fucking the dwarf pulls out a fucking funnel. What's that for, buddy? Don't worry about it.
You'll be happy with not having just open your mouth just to drink, just to fucking be hydrated. Oh no. Did you just do what I think you just did, Tina? You better cover, cat.
I thought water was poisonous to dwarves.
I don't think water is.
Are you just being an asshole, James?
Out of the cat litter box.
Yeah, no, water. They only can drink ale.
No, ale is best.
I was joking. Is this a common joke? Worth joking.
Alright, Matt, you have to constantly talk. When you're talking as your character, you have to constantly talk in a Scottish accent.
Scottish accent like this?
Aye.
Which would be better, Scottish or Russian?
Oh no.
No.
Now, if I could do a mixture of both accents, that would be very interesting.
General is making a good point as well, because this world does have weather.
Yeah.
With more water than land, there's more hurricanes.
Hold on, why is he saying I would hate this?
Because the hurricanes may drag things up with the water.
It's all about the water, boy.
He just likes to makes things fun for me and for everyone who will DMs.
No. She kept going into the litter boxes.
Sharknado.
No. I just got her to sit down.
No.
Sharknado. Oh,
The Vive Narrow. The Vive Narrow.
And
Oh, that's a terrifying thought, actually. Oh, gosh. It's not a tornado. It's not a hurricane. It's just an Elder Tempest.
it's just a pleasant any other day Monday.
Yeah, actually would make sense for why the world's constantly raining. Oh,
How long ago was the War of the Gods compared to when we're starting the game?
What?
The War
I'm
of
asking you.
the Gods.
Where they basically like fucked up the world.
She's
from what I
currently
understand.
reading D&D books.
War of the Gods. Let's see.
That's fine. Just don't rip it, okay, baby girl?
The Battle of the Gods was just before this. We're currently in the Age of Water, which is 6847 to 7834, or 987 years currently. The Battle of the Gods was 4978 to 6847, or 1,869 years total. However, the ending of it was closer to 1850, and then the war began dwindling off. So
dwindling.
987. Let's see. 987 plus about 1,006 years ago was when everything really stopped and finally finished out before the Age of Water came about.
Whenever we do ability scores, is it better to manual roll?
The ASIs?
Yes.
ASIs are a +2 to 1 ability, or +1 to 2 different abilities.
Because right now I'm at ability scores for abilities, and it says 3, and it says to standard array, manual/roll.
That's what you mean.
0.5.
So I always give my players the option of you can use the standard array that D&D Beyond gives you. You can use my standard array, which I sent in the group chat. Or you can roll for stats, which is always a toss-up. You roll 4 d6s, and you drop the lowest of the 4.
What are d6s? How many? Like, is that
a d6 is a typical, like the normal dice.
Oh,
when you think of a dice,
square.
you think of a d6. So
Little square guy. And you roll that 4 times. Then you drop the lowest of the 4 rolls, leaving you with the 3 higher ones. You could get all 18s. You could get 3. You could get a pretty good set of stats, but it's all up to chance. So
change there.
Need me a sugar mama.
Say words.
Need me a sugar mama.
Fucking same. I was having to concentrate while I was typing.
But please, feel free to keep asking questions. I have no issue with it. I am happy to answer as many as need be.
Or should you guys wanted to go? I'm okay for whatever.
You all are not helpful.
17,
No.
16, 14, 13, 10, 8.
Mm-hmm. And you can put those anywhere.
From the sounds of it, me and Hoodie are undecided. Matt, choose where we go.
We are gonna start at the very last one, the one with the structure.
Shanto?
Yes.
Nice. Shanto's a good start.
Great. Just hope I'm slouching.
Aoife, no. Stop. Put that away. Put it up. Good job. Now fully put away. You're doing great. Don't put the... Oh, don't put that on your face! That works. Just don't touch it. As you touch it again. Yeah, put it up. No, stop touching it. Okay. Alright, now play with your dice. Well, my dice.
Play with the dice you currently have possession of.
I have, like... I have a shit ton of dice. Because I think I bought... Oh, let's not do that.
Circumcised or inscribed.
Okay, I got abilities done. The only thing I'm really stuck at is the background story. Well, backstory, that is.
Since you all are starting in Shanto, keep in mind that your backstory has to somehow tie to you being in Shanto somehow, whether it be you traveled there.
Where's Shanto? What's Shanto?
The
Sorry,
third city.
I'm fucking laser focused in on my shit right now.
The third and last of the triplet cities, Shanto is not as large as its sisters, but is extremely beautiful nonetheless, as it has begun to building its own landmark, a tower of metal. The great city is still a wonderful visit, and just as inherently intrigued by the future of this strange steam power. But, either way, your character has to somehow be there Whether you traveled there, were born there, were forced to be there. Well, Hootie, that's pretty easy. You could share that with the group and ask. Without the whole, giving your part.
Secrets.
That's a pretty common start. So.
Give me more information about the fucking city first.
So, Shanto is the youngest of the 3 big cities that has the shortest track record of the 3. It's not as far developed in the steam power as the other 2 cities are. However, they do have their own steam-powered things here and there. Like, hold on. Zano, of course, most of their infrastructure is based off of steam power. Deri is well known for their steam-powered blimps. They use their blimps to watch their people very closely. They're very, very militaristic, so all of their steam power goes into development of military powers. Shanto.
You froze around you saying that that daddy was very militaristic.
Mm-hmm. They put all of their development into their military power. Anything that you can probably think of, they have somehow tried or are developing in some way or another. Shanto is the youngest of these 3 cities. Now, most of their steam power goes into their capability of building. Zano is well known for their infrastructure. Deri is known for their military. Shanto builds. All of their stuff is built by machines, steam-powered machines, that they use very often. They don't have much military power, and their infrastructure is still relatively new to incorporating steam power. But they are not far behind Zano in terms of development. Shanto, however, is well known for having about 4 large families and 2 minor families that are currently raising their repertoire and reputation. Overall, Shanto is a very peaceful place. You find a lot of stragglers here from different islands and flooded ruins. You find a bunch of people that are coming here because of the fact that it has opportunities in building and construction, as well as because of their development in building and design like that. Shanto is one of the furthest developments in underground mining due to the fact of where they are. The other 2 cities, of course, are getting into it, and they are well developed because they are older than Shanto. But Shanto is very quick in their development. They are going deeper than both of the other cities basically combined.
Of course.
So,
the one thing I was suggesting was we might have the party just being on the same job or bounty or whatever in Shanto, but if Shanto's peaceful, then that's kind of...
it's peaceful.
There's still underground keep.
People-wise.
Well, it's also more or less if you can spin the story. Don't look at me with meat in your mouth.
I'm a forever DM for a reason. Ask James. It doesn't matter what kind of story it is. I'm definitely going to find a way.
Well, it is also more up to Matt and James on what you guys would want to do, but that was my thought process on like an easy in for us to be able to have our characters be relatively together. I think they're both like in their own little world right now.
No, I agree. That works.
No, I'm here, and she's still in here. Eva. Stop turning on and off the light like a strobe.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare!
Oh my god. Oh, don't play with my cards in my wallet. I don't want to lose any of these.
This is how Dad buys you fucking candy. If you lose this, no more candy.
She says it's hers.
Oh dear.
It doesn't help that she's also a daddy's girl. When it suits her.
When it suits her, for sure.
I fear for her when she becomes a teenager. Or I fear for you when she becomes a teenager.
I think I'm gonna have the easier part. Usually,
That. Oh god. Well.
For a second there, whenever it comes to random, like, Discord joinings, I'm just waiting to hear Burger.
I think it has. Yeah, I think we're still in community hangouts. So that up.
We are.
Yeah. Where's my fucking thing?
I didn't want to crash. I just wanted to be here. It has better audio quality than Twitch.
Earballs.
Protect your ears. You drank a little bit of strawberry juice and your apple juice at the same time. Yes, you did. And you just go for it. That's what makes you happy right now. I'm happy with it.
Got this.
Remember the fucking how to spell the name of this baby. And there goes all my drink. There.
There we go.
Eh?
Okay. I forgot we were in the community hangout.
Black TV.
Gonna have to fix that.
Oh.
Ah! Meow.
No.
Fucking camera back on.
Yep. There we go.
Are you stuck? No, you got this. Tough girl.
And poor James is gonna have to turn his thing back on, his camera. There we go. Okay. There we go. I do love the idea of people wanting to join in. However, D&D nights are for the players.
Oh, let's not kick off the strawberry juice.
Aoife.
Aoife's doing her own stuff right now. Always wanted to be in it.
Okay. Well, that was interesting. That was my fault. Do apologize. I didn't realize that we were still in the community hangout.
There you go.
You're fine.
Oh.
Apologize to both players and viewers. As for the players, that's, you know, it's a random person hopping in the middle of the session, and then for the viewers, I apologize, as most of my focus tries to be on the players during stream night, and because of that, I try to keep just players in my D&D streams. There we go. Okay. Nothing against you all, I promise. That's why I try to hang out in the community a lot more often now, but D&D is for D&D. Ow, motherfucker. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Any other questions?
It's literally now just a thing of writing the backstory, getting things organized with that, which is project in and of itself.
How long, like, does this have to be? Because I'm kind of making...
It literally is up to you. It's, think of it this way. Have you watched Vox Machina?
Yes.
The arc of, Percy fighting the vampire couple. I'm butchering all this because I can't fucking think straight right now. That was a backstory of the character, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It totally had it been.
So that entire arc that they went through with all of that, both in the animated show and in the actual D&D stuff, that was from a character's backstory. You can make it as vague or as detailed as you want for the DM to be able to pull it into the story if they feel like they should.
Don't shush me.
And keep in mind, if you try to make a really depressing, traumatizing backstory, I'm going to one-up you.
I'm gonna... I thought you were gonna be like, I'm gonna make you the happiest motherfucker in the goddamn world.
Oh no. Mm-mm. You want to be an edgy character? Guess what? I'm gonna give you a fucking reason.
Makes it more... it more fun.
You thought you could write something dramatic and edgy and depressing? Guess what? I'm gonna make your character wish that their backstory never fucking happened.
That's fucked!
Yeah, I know it is, and I've dealt with it multiple times.
James hates it because I don't even do it like in a bad way where it's like I'm trying to be overdramatic. It is a way that I write it that makes it make sense.
Even other possibilities and formulas are possible too, and it's just like...
But if you're just being edgy because you think that it sounds cool, I am going to make your character happy. Your parents that abandoned you, guess what? They came back, and it's not that they abandoned you, it's that you got kidnapped. They actually love you. They never left you behind, that's just what you were told. They've been searching for you since you were 2. That loved one you thought you lost to illness? The god of judgment was like, well, I actually fucked up. That was my fault. Here you go. And brought them back. I'm gonna make your character the happiest motherfucker possible. If you're just being edgy to try and be edgy. Now, if you have a depressing backstory because, you know, you're genuinely trying to write it as depressing and dramatic, I'm gonna develop your character. One way or another.
You know what, that just reminds me of the episode of South Park about when Cartman med chili out of that one guy's parent. He thought he had an up on Cartman by making him eat his pubes. No, Cartman had one up by making him eat his own parents.
No, it wasn't because he made him eat his own parents. It's because he called Cartman fat.
You don't call Cartman fat.
No, you don't call Cartman fat.
Vote on Will.
You don't call Cartman fat, and you don't give me a reason to make your character depressed.
I'm so happy I know this has changed before it was too late. My gosh.
So. How's everyone feeling so far?
Do you have any more details about I only got dairy on my fucking brain. The fucking place where Matt said.
Shanto?
Yeah.
Shanto, due to its underdevelopment compared to the other sister cities, has a lot more wildlands scattered about the continent that people haven't been able to take back. It's also got a lot more issues with wildlife, both due to the wildlands and the ocean. Funny enough, though, because of its strength in building, most of its buildings are able to withstand quite a bit of thrashing. The landmark of metal that they had started, they started that construction about 6 months ago.
Damn.
Hey, Broomball. Shanto as a whole is a kind of large continent for what it is. But like I said, a lot of it is wildlands because of the fact that they are not willing to tear down the one last source of wilds on their continent. And those wildlands are kind of scattered about the continent randomly. And a lot of the building is kind of centered around them for the most part. Or at least near them. However, they have had issues with larger creatures coming from the wildlands lately. They've been constructing large walls that separate the city from the wild to try and help deter those large creatures. as general
kind
was.
I'm guessing standard races here still apply: Elvish, Dwarvish, Draconic, Halfling, Goblin, all that other stuff. Okay.
Funny enough, Shanto is actually more well known for the Leonin population.
Leonin.
Lions.
Explain that, because I don't know what the fuck that is.
Leonin are basically large lion people. They are massive, muscular, and proud lion people, basically. Like, genuine lion people. Oh, wonderful. My headset just died again.
Oh.
There we go. Turn on when I plug you in, you fuck.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
There we go.
Hello.
But, yes. Leonin are basically large lion people. They are...
What about Daddy? Daddy.
The deity that's most commonly followed...
No. Not deity. Daddy.
Oh.
The other fucking town.
Oh. The militaristic city of Derry is well known for their mix population of human and elven, usually high elf or drow, funny enough.
Wouldn't drow be like deep speech or something?
Or Elvish or Drow, or specifically Undercommon.
So when it comes to language, Elvish, deep speech, like, what isn't covered under common?
Common is its own language.
Think English.
Yeah.
And then you've got multiple languages that are more common than others that you can run into. But for the most part, it just depends on the world.
And for this one...
Well... The more common ones would be the usual common ones. Common, Elvish, Dwarvish, Draconic, Infernal because of Tieflings. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Loading screens.
Shanto, because of their population of Leonin, Leonine is the most common language there. Just because of the fact that that's what they speak to each other.
I'm kind of trying to keep my character's backstory detailed but broad at the same time. So if you wanted to play into it, you could. And try not to make it edgy. I'm trying to make sense as to why
my tragedy. My character's actually completely well balanced. They just decided, you know what's gonna be fun? Adventuring. And then here comes Will. You know what happens as soon as you leave? Your happy-go-lucky parents get fucking murdered in the street.
You ever heard the story of Batman?
D&D Batman.
What's a magic academy in the town? So funny enough, Shanto is actually pretty developed magic-wise. They are not developed Steam-wise. So Shanto is nowhere near as developed as the other two cities, but they have 3 small magic academies.
Oh no, did someone do hydrate on us?
No.
James just needs a reason.
Oh. Any excuse to drink lemonade.
Lemonade.
Now he had to do it.
Now-
He just redeemed hydrate.
So keep in mind that because of the size of these 3 main cities, it is 3 academies that are smaller, but these academies are a pretty good distance apart. Based on where you grew up, it would be easier. It would be easier to go to one than it would be to go to either of the other 2. And in all honesty, even traveling the continent that this small, or that these cities are finding themselves on, or the continents that these cities find themselves on, you may go to one academy and never experience the other 2. So, you have you've got the 3 academies.
What's it's the name for the fucking lion people is Leonin, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Academy of Terra.
Academy of Terra, Academy. No, let's see. What's the first one?
The Academy of Terra. You've got Mana and Arcane. And you've got hold on. Magic Academy of Sig. SIG.
Okay.
Also, we did get that hydrate, so.
That means it's time to drink water.
Yep.
This is totally water.
I may have to go upstairs and grab some more water bottles.
That's some spicy water.
And since it's already up there,
Posture checks.
Ow. Best one.
I joined in the posture check. I sat up. Even though I was the one who redeemed it.
Matt,
What?
I'm gonna take a tweezer to your legs and pull out every individual hair.
One by one.
Ah,
Why?
that's the idea.
And then
Why-
by the
You-
time I'm done, you're gonna have regrown quite a few, anyways. So he's gonna keep
Time
going.
to start again.
You know, eventually you'll start getting used to the pain.
No worry, this is why we use lemon juice.
Ooh, that'll do it.
And rubbing alcohol, and then salt.
If in sand. And then finally, but certainly not least, fiberglass.
Oh, 20.
Fuck. All right, that's definitely like.
Super malicious there.
And you
I'm
have
here
to
for
have to create tournaments or punishments in the Nine Hells, anyways, right? It's always the quiet ones who think of the most messed up stuff. What I've seen.
Just take a kitchen blowtorch and just go over each individual square inch of skin.
Mm. Oh man.
What is the name of the fucking continent? I know the
Oh.
cities. I can't remember the continent.
The continent itself has no name. It's just a piece of land that survived. It's not technically
Yeah,
a continent, it's more like an island, but it's a large enough island that they were able to basically almost take over it, save for the wildlands that I was talking about.
Oh. Is the
You
water
good?
continuing to rise?
Mm-mm. Because of the usage by the three main cities for their infrastructures and all of the steam, as well as the water cycle itself, it's constantly in rotation. It will rise and fall based on, how much rainfall there is, because the rain does slow sometimes and it does pick up sometimes. But it never really changes enough to worry.
Make the status quo somebody who hates the rain, but at the same time, it's how can you hate something that always existed since you were born? What does the sun look like? No one knows.
The people that go above the clouds know.
Now that is what you call suxery. That did not work. Try to use sun and luxury in the same word.
I'm finally done with the background. My
Nice.
thumbs.
Background. Nice background.
Your thumb? Were you typing on your phone?
Yes.
Nice.
Are you reading it?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, it's got to type the read event aside. What the?
I just
Ooh,
thought it was
can you
funny.
Use this.
Okay. I've completed the character, I think.
Oh yeah?
I guess I could do equipment. I think I need to do equipment, I think.
I am annoyed. I missed one on my exam.
Backpack, yes. And there's no restriction for item weight, correct?
Encumbrance is a thing, yep.
How do you know how much weight you can hold?
Your inventory shows you.
It'll say it.
Your inventory shows you up in the top right, if I'm not mistaken. Nope,
It just
top
shows
left.
Total weight.
Mm-hmm. That's the total weight of your weight carried, but if you click on it, you will see your encumbrance level, your carrying capacity of 150 pounds, and your push, drag, or lift of 300 pounds.
Doesn't show me that. I'm clicking on total weight, 77 pounds. Abilities. Equipment. And how much gold and like currency are we supposed to start out with, or do we just make that up of our own, or?
I have 20,000 gold pieces.
The fuck?
That's me joking, by the way. That's a fortune and a half.
Might as well transform that into some platinum, why don't ya?
It's only 2,000 platinum.
Exactly.
You should have a starting equipment amount. Yeah, you should have 13 gold total.
Mine's 7 gold.
Don't know why. Hold on.
I have 5 GP.
There you go. Also,
What did the gods do to fuck with mortals?
they didn't do anything to fuck with the mortals. The
Well,
mortals.
They fucked with the world, didn't they?
The gods created the world, and we're actually watching over the mortals. But as mortals are, the War of the Gods was between the hate and malice created gods from man. Men created those. Like, men as a whole, as the race of humanoids, every race below had people who looked up at the gods and basically said, why do they get to live up there and look down on all of us and be without, hardship, illness, hatred, anger, anything like that. And they ended up creating their own misfortunes. These misfortunes in the form of malice and hatred gods. These gods and their creation and the creation that they were basically went to fight the actual gods and a number of the actual gods died. A number of the malice and hate gods died. And basically, because of the war between them, the mortals suffered due to the fact that gods being gods, when you're in the middle of a battlefield between two sets of gods, being human is kind of a detriment. So the world just kind of ended up falling prey to the power and the power clash of all of the gods fighting off those creations of malice and hate and sadness and negativity, basically. So it's not that the gods chose to do it, it's just the gods as a whole had to try and survive by fighting back, and because of that clash of power, there's reverb, there's ripples. Also, Matt, as a ranger, you are a half caster, which means you have access to magic spells. If you go to your spells tab and you go to manage spells, you have a list of known spells and you have spells that you can add.
It says casting and it doesn't give me an option to add.
If you go to spells, not features and traits, go to spells. There you go. Then you go to manage spells, and you can go to add spells.
I'll be damned.
Now, keep in mind, all of the spells that are in that list, if you see a repeating spell and you see one with legacy next to it, the legacy is the one that I use. Any of the other spells are fine.
Legacy is the one to grab. And how many spells can I grab?
It'll show you your known spells under the Add Spells tab. It's based off of your, if I remember correctly, Rangers are Wisdom, aren't they, James?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
Same as Fruits.
Yep. So your spell list is based off of your Wisdom modifier. Higher your Wisdom, higher your spell count. So.
And choose your spells wisely, because you can only change them when you level up. For Ranger.
Got a wound while using scented hand sanitizer. Pick the scent of your torture.
Fuck
So.
it. Spearmint. Make the fucking burn.
So, how's everybody
I'm
feeling?
gonna tell
so
you
far?
this, Will. I'm gonna tell you this. My mother and my sister are writers, and you have activated that fucking part of my brain. I hope you like to read.
I do, and I prefer it.
that makes sense.
Whatever you want to try and give me story-wise, I will use, so keep that in mind. And I don't mean that in the edgy way that I was talking about earlier. I mean, genuinely speaking, any story that you guys give me, I'm going to use it.
As much as Matt would like to just have everybody think, I'm not trying to make my character a fucking edgelord.
Mm-hmm.
Pessimist? Maybe.
I didn't say anything about you making your character as an edgelord.
Really?
I call pessimism realism with a little spice.
As soon as I said I have a rogue that I could probably just throw into any campaign, you went, of course it's a rogue. Oh, shit.
I don't remember even saying that, but...
If chat has any questions, feel free to ask. I'm always happy to answer. If you all have any questions to ask, feel free. I'm always happy to answer.
You can literally just play your fucking self on repeat, describing the world and even more shit in depth, and I will be fucking happy with that. I'm just focusing on writing right now.
I think Session 0 is probably one of the best parts about D&D in my opinion. However, it's actually gone.
How many chickens would it take to cover the grounds of 3A?
That's a good question. And I'm happy to answer that I have no fucking idea because I'm not that good at math.
How many chickens would it take to cover the grounds of 3 academies in 1 chicken high layer of poultry?
Because then you have to take into account the square footage, how much space a chicken takes of square footage, how many chickens fit in each square foot, and then you have to consider the fact of the entirety of the grounds, including the paths, the main floors of the academies themselves, the main floor of each of the smaller buildings, as well as any land that they own, including, and not limited to, the small spaces in between the pathways.
You don't have to do the interior of the academy. It's only the exterior because it's the grounds. So.
Oh, even better. So you just have to figure out exact amounts of the grounds that are covered in the buildings.
The walls.
Great. But This actually went on a lot longer than I was expecting to let it. It's currently midnight.
Oh, it is Sunday. Oh no.
No, today is... We started Saturday. It's now Sunday.
Oh. Then what are you fucking bitching about? Shut up.
I try to keep these on a schedule. And we've been going for almost 4 hours.
I have a question, real quick.
I have an answer. Let's see if they match.
Do you... Hold on. Fuck it. Where's D&D Beyond? I need to know whether or not there's a character limit in the fucking backstory segment.
I don't think there is, but I've been wrong before. Fuck.
Oh, damn. Okay. Well,
But-
so far everything that I've typed up can fit in it, and it's roughly 2 pages worth, so...
Nice.
Um,
Well,
Okay, yeah, I didn't rate that much. That was very broad.
my mother and my sister are writers. I have the same fucking genome.
so
It's a problem.
I will say that it is midnight now, and I try to keep these games on a schedule of about 3 to 3.5 hours. If you all would like, we can do this on weekends and go until midnight, or we can go until about 11 or 11:30, my time. It's midnight now. Just keep that in mind. What do you all think, time-wise, would work better for you all? Hour less? Half an hour less? Is this fine?
3 hours. So you start at 7 my time. 3 hour session would be awesome for me.
Okay. Because that's about how long the Grandiosha game goes as well.
That way, if we get into a combat and it's going a bit longer, we can then extend the time a bit more.
So, that is 4 hours of session 0. You all have your characters. Now you have to work on the backstories a little bit, of course. And that's a successful session 0, I would say. You all learned a little bit more about the world. You've made your character sheets. You've probably got a little bit of backstory to work on, other than Matt, who has finished his, and I will be working with his in the future. But overall, I'm glad that you all are here to join me on this wonderful, wonderful journey. Next session will be the first official session of Steam and Rain. So, I hope that all of my players enjoyed their time learning about how to set up their character sheets and learning about the world. I do hope that you all as viewers enjoyed learning about the world and joining us on this wonderful journey that is creating the characters and learning about the world that they will be playing in. And with that, I hope that you all enjoyed. So, until next time that you get lost following the Will-O-Wisps, I will be sure to keep the campfire roaring for you so that you can sit alongside my players and hear the stories that the Will-O-Wisps have to tell here in the Will-O-Wisp Woods. Good night, everybody.